Boom, boom, boom. Throw on them good old headphones. I was gonna see about getting my audio swapped over. Trying to figure out what I can use as a little bit higher mic stand. No, this still probably won't work. Oh, I'll figure it out. There we go. All right. So now, we can get into the game. Boom, 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 boom. No. Fix this mic. Oh, okay, cool. So, let's see. Can we go for some light? It's probably a little bit too much light. There we go. How am I looking, yo? Looking. Cool, great, awesome. Let's see. Trying to remember everything on here. Oh wait, I can just go to my controls, right? Option, controls. Press a button on the controller. Oh, okay, no. There we go, keyboard. Okay, so those are to move. Tab is my map. Attack, jump. Super dash. Dash, okay, I don't think I can use those yet. Shift is to focus, and quick cast. Okay. Well, let me figure out quick cast too. I might need to switch some things. Oh god, I like ran right into that. Oh. You see that? They tried to kill me. And they're still trying to kill me. Oh, yeah, I don't remember if there's anything worth even getting in here. Oh, man. Let's not go there right now. Yep, definitely not worth it. Just kind of just cooked myself. Oh, this is gonna be rough. No, maybe not. Oh. Oh. Oh, this is so bad. I was like, well, is this where I died last time? Apparently so. How did I mess that up? Oh man, I just lightly clicked my key. Hey, eat bricks. And I ran right into that. Okay. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna jump onto the shell thing. And then I'm gonna bounce on over. Oh, I really thought that would have worked. Okay, so can't do that. Let's figure something else out. Alright, I don't know really where the ending of this game's map lies. But I know there is a plenty lot to play from what I've seen future-wise. So it's one good upside to this game. Ooh, I should have really watched out for that. Oh well. Time to charge it up. And I screwed myself. Give me those sweet blood nuggets. Allow me back the energy in which I seek to destroy you with, that you used to destroy me. Sweet energy blood nuggets. Look, even the bushes give blood. Yum, 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 yum. Alright. So going into the dark, and I'll just get straight to it since it's the coming day, the one which everyone's been fearing, or most people fearing. Be honest, I've been talking about this for, well, not really on here or anywhere else specifically, about why TikTok really isn't needed, but is great at the same time. Okay, so people have many different views about things. I'll just say that straightforward. And a lot of those views really shouldn't be seen in a negative way, because all sides point to the same thing: prosperity. So for America, like, people don't know how to view America. Some people say, you know, America, it's just another country. America, it's a nation. America, it's just a really large village. America, it's a type of people. America, it's a way of life. You know, you can say that about any country, but at the same time, if you're to apply that logic, okay, well then, if America wants to terrorize other people, we can terrorize. If America wants to abuse other nations, we should be able to. You know, we're following the norm. If America wants to enslave its people, well, then that should be okay, because, you know, that's the norm. But in reality, there's only one norm that America follows that other countries have traditionally followed. You know, I go, oh, that's a lie. It's like, no, that's self-preservation. Aside from that, the one key rule that changes America from all other countries is it's the people. It's the people that run it. And I'm not going to say we're the first, because we're definitely not. If we're lucky, we'll be one of the first to be remembered. Let that sink in a little bit. You really think America is the very first country to create an idea of freedom and non-slavery? It's like, oh, well, you think there's more? No, I know there's more. You'd be a fool to say there isn't. It'd be the same as saying life can only exist if there's a beating heart. What do we call trees? You'd be a fool to believe that theory. So, other countries have existed before America, or I'd say the United States. Hey, this guy. I don't really care what he has to say. Just, you know, just gonna do my thing. Nope.
Choco, kidding.
Yep. Oh. Didn't see that coming. Hmm. I keep doing this crap, don't I? But yeah, America's definitely not the first. Ooh. Ooh, a double ooh. Did not pay attention to my health. So with America being what we see now as a free country, or the closest thing to it at least, I mean, another thing you gotta realize is written record. I mean, this thing is... Oh my god, I'm definitely gonna die. If the saying's anything to go by, the winners of a war are the ones who get to write history. Do you really think the good guys always won? I'm sure everyone has heard this before. So do you really think the good guys always won? And suddenly, like, America finally became the pinnacle? Are we the first? Is this something that's new to society and, you know, the millions of years of humanity we've had to live through? It's like, well, no. No, it's not. It's that those who found freedom were eventually overtaken again. And their history was rewritten. Or just wiped from the books completely. And to give you an example of the theory, if it's easy to understand, everybody here has watched, well, assume everybody here has watched 300. If you haven't, go watch it. It's a movie. If you don't like blood, guts, gore, colonialism, you know, prejudice stuff like that, it's an amazing movie. You should go check it out. It'll teach you some new things about life. So back then they made it very clear that another country came and opposed Sparta, and it was a country that had been opposed by many other countries that it overtook, and it was going to overtake the world. And seeing Sparta as a free nation, it was told one thing: if you refused, we will wipe you from the history books like you never existed. It's not a message to be passed, you know, to be passed through and seen as something of a... Oh crap. So that was a hill up there. What is this magical bush? Okay. Yeah, I don't need to go that way. I don't need to go this way either. if this is the way I came, where am I going? Maybe I am going the other way. It's so sad I've already forgotten where I was going. Oh. No. Guess I probably should have knew that. But yeah, sorry, losing track. So maybe it's where the grass is? Or is it where the grass is jumping? Okay, yeah. Okay, so I just gotta hop these things. Yeah, okay, so not to get too far off track. Yeah, so America's one of the first known, or well-known, free countries. All these other ones that come close that you may hear of, whether it's for goodwill or bad will, or maybe bad intention and ended up good, you have to realize when you hear things like Greece and the history of Greece, do you really see Greece as a nation that could oppose the world right now? So, no. Well, you know, they helped create democracy. So, if we ever evolve, where are they at now? They're obviously not as free as you would think. So, why do we copy the model? Oh, we only copied part of the model. Maybe it was a narrative to tell you to, like, hey, you know, follow it. But anyway, I'm getting off track. If those guys were to conquer their own land and be oh so free and nobody touch them, why don't they? Why do they go after America? Why not they go after Greece? Well, you might say, oh, well, America's rich in resources. Are we really? When we have everything imported. Anyway, again, off track. To get to the TikTok thing. Okay, so America's going to go for self-preservation just like all others. And if we take this from the viewpoint of ban TikTok because of the Chinese propaganda or whatever you want to call it, you know, nothing ill will to say against China, but Now, even if China was using it for propaganda, maybe they are, you know? I mean, they could use that with anything. And you might say, well, our nation does the same thing. Oh. Oh, crap. Well, that's the thing. Even if our nation does do the same thing, what does it matter? At the end of the day, it's to preserve our nation. As long as it doesn't pose a detriment to the people, that's all that matters. You might go, oh, we're going to lose relationships with other countries. Great. Cool. Are they our allies? No? Well, that's too bad. Guess they should have been our ally, right? You know, and, oh, that's not gonna make you friends. Well, look at China. Let's say China's oh so big and bad like they say they're bad. And I don't mean big and bad isn't like tough. I mean like, oh, we're gonna mess with America. Why would they? Well, it could destroy relations if they do it. They do it all the time, and guess what? We're still friends. Why? Because we want to do business. I thought I had more hits than that. It's because they want to do business. It doesn't have to be friends. Other countries don't want to be our friends just to be friends. It's all about power, wealth, and dynamics. So you got to realize these things. If other countries could have America, don't you think they would have America? Piece of crap. But at the same time, within America, we're going to have our own struggles because those who are in charge are definitely going to want to take advantage. Self-preservation at its finest. I don't know why in my head I looked like I was just a regular, one of these puffy guys. How did I mess that up that bad? Do 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 do. Boom. Boom. Hey, buddy. So in America's sense of self-preservation, one of the biggest things we see ourselves as is our ideology and self-being. And people go, well, what do you mean? Our ideology and self-being is we got to represent ourselves as one. Who are we? Who is America? That's one of the biggest things we pride ourselves on, and everybody will call us the land of freedom. We have freedom. We also have the freedom to destroy ourselves. A self-destructive force of choice. Which would you say is a bad thing? No, not necessarily. And the reason why I'm saying this the way I'm saying this is because with like China providing TikTok, China doesn't care if we live or die, become retarded or not. You know, they don't care, because their thing is not that they want to see self-harm come to America. There's just no preservation towards America. At the end of the day, it's China. That's selfish. Okay, well, what's important to China is what's important to China. You know, I mean, that should go without saying with any country. So, you know, that's something you can't forget. Oh, crap. Huh. Didn't expect that. What do these things know that I don't know? Okay. Okay, I got these guys. Where else can I go? Wee woo wee woo. Oh well. So I guess the best way to straightforward explain this, while hearing all the Paul's explanations, is to say that it doesn't matter how people feel about how America's actions affect other countries' actions. Alright? And we shouldn't be focused. And people always say, well, what if they want to launch a nuke? Okay, this isn't times of war. And when we say actions, we don't mean actions that would interfere with other countries. We mean just their own self-actions. And you go, well, that can become potentially dangerous. Why? Genocide? Abuse? Slavery? Tyranny? It happens every day. You seem not to care unless it's only a country that you want to oh so be so special. Like China, Korea, Japan, America. That was terrible, like ran right into that death. Hey, no, 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 I saved elsewhere. Oh, no, wait, no, I did save here. Oh. Wow. Yoink. Yoink. Hmm. I hit slash instead of jump. Great. But if America decides to make a choice as a people, as a government, because in all other places, I tell you, people go, oh, well, I don't like China. Do you not like China or do you not like its government? Those are two very different things. When it comes to America, I hear a lot of people say, I hate America. I go, do you hate America or do you hate Americans? And they're like, what do you mean? Do you hate the government or do you hate its people? And I'll tell you very quickly, both. Okay, well, explain why. Well, their government, corruption, they lie. They're just like yours, but they're so terrible, they actually hurt their people. It's like, well, I want to see how far they can push. And it's always slowly and incremental. They've learned. They understand. That's why they control so much. At the same time, they don't. But you understand my point. And then when it comes to the people, they're oh so ignorant to the things that go on and how much they fight back against things that could also help them. Or in the mind's view of those of other countries who are controlled, they see their things as a good thing. And they go, well, the foolish Americans, they don't want to follow the slave way. However, though, Americans, we could be the slaves. They say we are fools because we could be following the right way. So all in all, many people from other countries, they do see both our government and its people as bad. But how many of them do you see coming over here rallying for us, rallying to defend our rights and our ways if they're oh so much better than other parts of the world? You may say, oh, well, they're oppressed, so they can't help us. Really? Then why do we say anything good about any other country if they can't come to our country and render aid? Oh, well, because the American military will do what? Reinforce the fact that those people are right? Think about it. If London was to say, hey, Americans, wake up. You are actually slaves in a dynamic system of control. You know, illusion of luxury and consumerism all around you just to bring you into an ever debt-ridden society full of slavery, you would say, oh no, that's not true. You'd be just the wiser, right? No. How's my own soul gonna kill me? I thought I was going somewhere else. Yeah, you'd say we were none the wiser. Well, when you think about it, if these other countries really cared about us, they would come over and try to help us. But the fact is that they don't, because it's not worth it. Let fools die as fools are. Okay, I've already come here. And, you know, I could agree with them. Because as a free country with free people, we should have the freedom of choice to destroy ourselves. And that goes into this argument for TikTok. So, you say, what do you mean? It's like, well, put it into perspective. Who created TikTok? Well, you say China. And they have something similar to it, and you're like, oh, they created it, send over here to destroy us. It's like, no. Maybe. You know, and, well, it was banned over there. And you could say, oh, well, yeah, that's because they don't want it infecting their people. It's like, should we take note of that? Why did China ban it and allow it in America? You know, I'm just giving a point. But I mean, everything could be all wrong. There could be some crazy, weird, extra psyop going on that we don't know about. But it was put in India, and India, the world's second biggest population, as far as I know. I think that's right. Again, banned. They're like, no, no, this is, whoa, no. And I think a few other countries have done it too for the same reason. And America's just like, yep, everything's burning. I'm fine. Forgot about him. But yeah, we're just like, yep, I'm fine. Really gonna make me carry the hard way, huh? Bum, 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 bum. What's up? Oops, did I do that? But yeah, the thing is TikTok didn't send it, or TikTok wasn't sent over here to give us brain rot. Maybe they were, maybe they weren't. But even if they weren't, why? Why? Please tell me why would China care what damage it does to us? Oh, because it's gonna make America mad. Who is America to them? Whether America's a big country or a little country, and China's a big country or a little country, who? Who's America to them? Ah, we are their friends. No, not really. We're just business partners. The same with all other countries. Oh no, we're Britain's friend. Really now? Are we? I don't think you know much of our back history, and we just don't speak in terms, man. I mean, we have enough in common to where we're like, hey, we both speak the same language. You know, we got family and friends together, and you know, you're just excommunicated. Kinda. Write you a letter. That's us. That's us in Britain. Otherwise, if they were to disappear, we wouldn't do the same with anybody else. It's like having an abusive stepmom. Not even an abusive stepmom, an abusive mom. You're just like, well, as much as she's abused me and I hate her, I'm just not just gonna let her die. You know, you're like, what's the least you can do? I'll go buy her something to eat once a week so she's not on the street begging. You know, something like that. You know, somebody tax her, go help her out. Oh. But when it comes to a country like China, it's like, who are you? I don't know you. You know, Germany, it's like, yeah, maybe. I mean, we had a few run-ins with the same people. Don't really care. Yeah, eat chocolate. I thought I could like flip this switch somehow or something. Guess not. Type of that guy's dead. Uh-huh. He sure is. Nice. I am speed. But yeah, China's not gonna care. And honestly, why should they? You know? Look, it's like this. People want to make a living over there. They created an app. China gets automatic control. You're like, oh, it's, you know, so they can get all their information, you know, because America, you know, they have proprietary information we could use, so we're going to take it from TikTok. No, that's not why they, that's just one of their best interests they have, is to know anything and everything. As a communist country, you want to know anything and everything. This isn't just China. This isn't a China thing, you know? As a communist country, you're a commune, and you share all information with those ahead of you and those above you. Always. You're a commune. He who got ahead of you first obviously knows best. So if you have a good idea, you better give it. Or are you not for the one China? I'm not making fun of China when I say that. I'm like, that's kind of how a commune works. It's one people, you know. So, and you know, me personally, that's not something I agree with. I kind of enjoy the battle mentality of America. Without it, like, ooh, can you imagine that? If people go, well, that's terrible. It's like, no, think about this. Think about this. Think about a world where only there's 3 competitors, and those 3 competitors get to rule over many men to help them build their one viewpoint. You'd be like, well, that's good, and they can go far. It's like, but what motivation do those below them have? Not dying? Well, if death is inevitable, you know, at the end of the day, well then, who cares? You know, and society doesn't progress much. It does, but not by far. Then you have some countries like Rome. They were a great empire, but still destroyed by corruption of lack of choice and freedom. They're slaves, at least as far as history's written, if we can believe history. They treated their slaves very well, and even they themselves have fallen. There was a few key players that got very far very fast. And so, with a country like America, we get freedom, you know. We get that true freedom of independence, each person, and I kind of like it because it's like, hey, I can go as far as my heart desires. I can do as much as my vision allows me to receive myself forward. You go, well, I want to be the president. Okay, well, you see the end goal, yeah. Now, did you imagine the path to get there? Each successful moment, each coordinated tactic on what must be done? And if you didn't, then it's truly not your goal, your dream, or your desire. And you might say, well, it truly is, I just have a lack of information. Well, and if you failed to obtain it and somebody else did, well, then they're more pursuant of that goal than you. And to be honest, they probably have a much better ability, much more resources to achieve that goal than you. So if you're willing to compete, then fine, go ahead and compete. When you compete in fields where people have had much more time, much more resources, and have a much more developed strategy plan on how to complete those goals and accomplish what they need done, it's going to be a hard game against you. So you got to find the playing field where you have the upper hand to get by, at least in America. And you might say, well, one man can't do the work of many. That's why one man must control many, and we do. We have a heavily corporatized American complex, and many other countries have used it. Taking the dreams and aspirations of the many is a way to, you know, influence them in their future. They can wield that great power and take one man's dream, a dream found only by many, and use the mini to fulfill it. Dang, why can't I get to that guy? Ooh, maybe I can break it this way. Nope. I tried. Sorry, buddy. But for like China has just a one view. One of their biggest things is to always get ahead. And you might say, oh, get ahead of the competition. No, it's just always get ahead. Even if there was no other countries, China's ideology is always get ahead. See what others have produced, take it, move it forward. And you might say, well, aren't they supposed to give it up? Guard it as much as possible. When you understand that knowledge, give it up. It's not only about taking, it's about defending. And they pass all that because they will not only be the best attackers, but the best defenders at the same time. So now you start to understand the concept behind China, and it's like, that's actually really smart. And can you imagine having a people that all report about spies, corruption? And you're like, oh, well, I wouldn't do it. And the people said, well, then we'll just kill you. Make you disappear. I don't want to live in that world. Don't worry, you'll disappear. Those who do, they help promote and progress. And those of the most elite in power can do these things. They continue to prosper towards this one amazing China. It's kind of the goal. It gives people something to look forward to. How do I get to the top? It's not about getting voted again in. It's about what you do for China. It's like, well, what if I pay other people off? As long as it promotes China. And, you know, you go, oh, that's why, you know, TikTok. I'm like, no, they don't care. Like, let's be real here. They don't care. Oh, God, we have this thing called TikTok. Let's release it on the world. It does very little for us. It causes problems and accusations. Well, that's because China's just dumb. Look at them in their weather balloons. Do you think they really released that? Okay, look, if they did it, great. They truly have what's coming to them. They're just that ignorant. But do you really, like, let's think about this. One of the world superpowers are just, you know, that weak, right? Kind of reminds you of those videos they have propaganda in North Korea. Koreans, we are strong cowboys. Cowboys in America are the defenseless weaklings. Look, they are so poor. Look, they come to the great Korea and ask for support and help, and we allow them to live. Because we're the most prosperous country in the world and the most free, right? Sounding a little bit familiar? So, yeah. China does not care if this is harming us, and at the same time they don't care if it's harming us. That wasn't like the intention. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. But when you take another look at it, for America's self-preservation, I've looked at it like this with TikTok for a few years. Again, with all these other countries banning it, I think this would probably them banning TikTok is like killing two birds with one stone, really three birds with one stone. Okay, so first and foremost, the most conspiratorial thing people are saying is probably the most true. Brain rot, brain rot. Oh, it causes brain rot. Oh, let's be honest here. I don't know if enough people know enough about psychology and influence. And, yo, if you're a content creator, you understand. You completely understand. And people are very easily influenced. I'm not influenced. I don't have an ego. Seen how I did that little thing? I don't have an ego. With the same little voice? Where does that come from? It's called influence. When people hear you say something like, I don't have an ego, in that manner, they understand you're talking about people that have an ego. Because if I did something like this, I don't have an ego, you would say that's somebody who's probably a little bit more narcissistic and probably high class. But what influenced you to think that? Because that's how high class people act. Who told you that? Well, the TV? The movies? Everything that's not real world? Let me guess. The books? The video games? Everything around you breeds influence. And most of it's from media you gather that was developed by everyone else's imagination. So, while these few people breed influence to you, and when I say few people, I don't mean like controlling people. I just mean like the people that you view or the content, that you consume. That's who you generally become. We're creatures of habit and we're creatures of influence, and we mimic a lot. There are very, very few people who are just originally themselves. It's there, but it's not common. And media is what controls influence. And I don't mean like the news, I just mean media that you consume. That's why like back then so many people seemed weird, but anyway, that's another topic for another day. TikTok is another thing that breeds influence, and what it did is just open up the floodgates to non-algorithm. And what I mean by that is people say, well, it's the algorithm that causes the brain rot. Well, in reality, it's like it is, but it isn't. Because that algorithm isn't what people think it is. It's the free algorithm that everyone wanted. China said, what do people want? What will make them the most addicted? And what did you say? What is your biggest request? Why can't I get content that I can relate to for people that are just like me, doing things just like me, living a life just like me? And if they can make it to the top slowly but surely, could they also show me how to? That's what everybody's looking for. Because very few people are, again, independent thinkers that think individually of themselves. And they created that algorithm. It's not click on something, get more of it. It's click on something, get a little bit more of that same thing. But for the most part, let's see what you spend the most time on. Let's see what you interact with. Let's see what you actually like. What do you want more of? What might actually influence you to want to watch something else, and not just feeding you black box bullcrap. It's a simple algorithm, a few extra steps, but it gets the job done, and it gets it done very, very well. Sometimes simple is better. Ooh, I ran into that. Okay, and now with this brain rot algorithm that we're talking about, it's actually the perfect algorithm. And that's the problem. Too much of something good becomes a bad thing. Think about it. We'll just relate this to drugs, and I'm not condoning anybody use drugs or other illicit substances. Let's follow the law, guys. Ooh, I double teamed myself. So yes, is the algorithm the problem? Yeah, kinda. The algorithm truly is kind of the problem. But as far as catching 3 birds in 1 stone, okay, so they're gonna kill the algorithm. With it giving you absolutely everything that you want, is there anything you don't? You know, let's say you start drinking your coffee, you get addicted, you like it, and you love it. But you wish there was something a little bit stronger. So then you find that C4, you find that red line, you find that BFC of Monster. And it gets you a little bit further. Then you start to move into the realm of, you know, powdery substances that, you know, aren't for sale at stores. You know, sometimes the doctors give it to you. But that's still not enough. So you go for the harder stuff. The powder stuff the doctors won't give you. And now you start to see where the problem lies. And well, you want ultimate satisfaction of a feeling. And one thing that releases a lot of those addicting feelings is an ability to bond and absorb information from those around you and the rest of your environment. You know, you ultimately want to fit in and be happy. And let's be honest, TikTok fulfilled most of that, if not all of that. And that's why people love the app. And, you know, it allowed people to communicate and talk and share. And even when it came to like clothing, if you want it, if you wanted certain clothing you seen somebody wearing on TikTok, it showed you immediately where you could buy it and how to buy it and how much for and what other content creators were doing with it. And people thought this was great. You know, it simplified everything. And let's be real about it. Did you like it? Did you love it? Was the government hating it? Yeah. So, you know, now you got these stores like Shein and AliExpress and Alibaba, you know, all picking up new traffic from new customers due to TikTok. And it's really like making the world a dynamic place. You know, especially with what people are being able to share without the filter. And you're like, oh no, they're still censored. Why does China care to censor you from anything from America? If it relates to China and they don't want you hearing it, that's another story. But America? No. You go, oh, well, we need to make sure. We got to band together with, America and make sure the government has the ability to control and censor TikTok because it's for America. No. See, the only people who are thinking that is the government themselves. So, not to be conspiratorial, but when it comes to the brain rot deal, it's putting a long pause on people. It's like everybody's a drug addict, but not for the things you might think they are. They're addicted to TikTok. And it's not for the wrong reasons. It's just, it's that good and it works. And I mean, I don't know how else to explain it. How do I get up here? There's gotta be another way. Oh, I guess that won't work. But as for the productivity part with TikTok being, I guess, an inhibitor, or just like not allowing people to function normally on a daily basis because of this massive addiction, or addiction-like symptoms. That is what's really become the issue. It has nothing to do with the data getting leaked out or anything. And if they want your data, they're look, would you rather pick up a bunch of $1 bills or start looking for the $1 million bills? Humans are humans and machines are machines, and they all have their slip-ups. And well, trust me, they don't Oh, look, we're gonna get the information from the TikTok and the user data. Oh, look at Cheryl. Did you know that Cheryl eats a candy bar every Friday? And it's a Snickers. And she likes Starbucks with extra cream. No, they don't care. You're not even a target. But her bank account information. Wow, yeah, we're gonna hack the people with debt. Smart. Perfect targets. So who should we go out? Whose bank account should we go after? Say it should be the guys who are broke. Because they'll be the easiest targets because they have no understanding of finance. Right? Right, like that's how bank robbers think, right? You know, they go after the homeless people because they obviously have the most money. They ain't even working, they know what to do. I mean, if that's the logic behind, you know, the Chinese stealing data, can we like get real with it? Dude, that's the idea behind them stealing data. Like, yo, bro, we are screwed. Because whoever came up with that idea either thinks we're idiots or they're idiots. Oh, I didn't even see. Oh, that sucks. But yeah. I lost a little bit of a train of thought over that. That kind of sucks, man. So yeah, TikTok's not a tool that's, and you know, you might look at me like, oh, look, he's Chinese propaganda. Yeah, sure I am. What benefit do I get out of this? Let's play a video game and talk about it? No, it's just, you know, I enjoy talking about things like this. I don't get nothing out of it, and like, oh, but you're helping people. It's like, not really. But you want to help people. Not really. But am I helping people? I don't know. Maybe I am. I'm terrible. I'm totally gonna die. Give me some of that sweet life juice. Yoink. Sweet life juice. Yoink. Oh, how did that still get me? But yeah, no, TikTok does not care about your data, does not care to take your data, you have nothing of value to them. You're just wasting server space at that point. You're there to make them money. That's the most important thing. If they wanted intelligence, trust me, they've already got avenues, just like we do. They already have avenues to get that information. And TikTok, hey, I have the perfect idea. I have the perfect of ideas. I know how to get that Americans' high-level security information. What? I'm gonna make an app, yeah? And it's gonna go to all the people without the security clearance. Trust me, it's gonna work. Why? Because you know one of the guys with security clearance that got the highest security clearance to get the info from, you know who I think might slip up, is gonna use the app. And she's just like, you know, bro, I don't think that's a good idea, man. Guy's like, why not? And she's like, you know, no, it doesn't matter if I offend you or not, because you know I'm like top of the dogs. You know, as they say in America. But you don't think they're gonna check that? You know, vulnerabilities. They ain't that smart. You know, like China, like we learned in school. You know, China's always smarter. You know, remember that one propaganda video? You know, like the Americans showed their people. They're smarter. You're just gonna be like, She's sitting over there like, yo, buddy. It's like, yeah, well, what if they're not sure about it? So they just go like, yeah, everybody with high security, yeah, just like ban it. Like you can't use it. Sorry, it's a rule. It's a threat to national security, and they would not be wrong. This is why a lot of officials don't have certain social media or control their social media. Just for those reasons. So when people go, oh, you know, Biden didn't even control his own Twitter account. I mean, he probably didn't. And neither does Elon Musk, and neither does Donald Trump. They probably just approve what they once said. You know? They give him a checklist. This is what you can say, and you have a personalized response. They approve it. They're not dumb. You know, it's like the baby steps of things. So it was never designed for that. That's a foreseen thing that if we were to fall for, we deserve it. At that point, we deserve it. So now, I mean, I guess it's pretty easy to understand. They don't want it for the information part. They don't want it for our data. And if they do, they want it for the same reason as all the other companies in America. What can we sell you? What do you like? Is there anything I can help you with? They want money. It's like I didn't know the roof was spiked like that. And I don't know if this thing's gonna try to kill me. Oh yeah, it is. So I mean, you can look at China like they're a bad guy, but why are they a bad guy? Because you were told they're a bad guy? or because you went to China and actually found out they're bad guys. People talk crap about America, but then when you tell them to come over here, they're like, oh, it's not what I expected. Yeah, it's because that's always is. Maybe not always, but most of the time. You know, no one's going to Ohio. Sorry, people from Ohio. It's kind of crazy up there. But yeah. Oh man, how do I get through this? Got a little something to figure out, huh? Sha. Sha, sha. 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 Yeah. Okay, so we know for sure TikTok isn't trying to like intentionally give his brain rot. And that's probably not the reason why they're banning it, but it is for negative self-influence on each other. It's to let us be a little bit more productive and actually search and work hard for the things we need instead of constantly looking for shortcuts that we still feel are there. We have hope that they're there, but guys, the truth and reality is finding the right information takes the right connections. And though you may sit by yourself with no connection, and TikTok gives you connection to many, many thousands of others, you'll learn this as far as business goes. When marketing a product to people, if you give them no choice, no one will buy it because there's nothing there. When you give them thousands of choices, few will buy it because there's so much there. But when you give them few choice, many will buy it because there is so little there. Makes choosing easier. Give them one option, still comes out to roughly the same result, but people like options. Just not too many. I've been here. Oh crap. How in the world do I get up there? What is that all about? Oh boy, how did I mess that up? And yep, my save spot is super far away. Wonderful. Yeah, we know it's that they don't really want to influence us. They don't really care to, like. I wish that was so much easier for people to believe. But what are they going to influence us to do? Good luck. There's not really too much of self-detriment that we can do to each other. But as far as the brain rot thing goes, it's just like you've got to make connections on your own, because then your ability to gauge whether something is worth giving your interest or passing is a lot stronger. Understanding what advice is key to keep and hold on what works will be cherished a lot more, because you're going to take the time to test it. Not just go, oh, I'm going to follow this person because of this or that, or they're right or they're wrong because of X, Y, and Z, because somebody else said. You know, you start to go, hey, I choose X, Y, and Z because of X, Y, and Z. It took X, Y, and Z amount of time. I mean, if that can make more sense. Okay, so the next big stone, or the next big bird they're trying to kill with stone is, well, probably one of the big things y'all were talking about. And that second big thing, probably one of the more obvious things, but not so obvious, is control. Well, yeah, because the Chinese are trying to control. It's like, no. America wants to control you. Or, well, let's be specific. The government wants to control you. They want to have complete overview. You might be saying, oh, like, look, see, I told you, they want that complete influence. And it's like, no. I mean, America does. America wants all eyes and ears on you. Again, if you don't think that you're monitored, the same as you don't think you're being censored, and all of your choices are completely free, you're terribly wrong. You just are. Remember, we are the freest, not the free. But yeah, the government wants to be able to still keep tabs on you and censor certain things and block certain things and reroute you and divert your attention. And again, what would make you say that? Okay, well, from what they're willing to admit, and that's if that's even the truth, you know, because it'd be a ploy to sway your mind. But for them to say, you know, we don't interfere with Facebook, Instagram, Threads, Facebook, YouTube, I mean, you name it, Google search, whatever you're on, even, yeah, I know people don't like to hear it. Let's just be real about it. The king has his right hand man, the biggest builder in all the kingdom. makes all the bread, all the wagons, builds all the roads, all the walls. Like, that guy's gotta be corrupt. But the people love him. It's amazing. Awesome guy. He even created a press. He took it from these crazy lunatics. He said, hey, I think everybody should have the right to use this thing. And he's like, here, people, here. But I can't give it for free. I need you to pay a small little price to use it. Like a whole fair is fair. We can make the books and the publishing just like the elite. They can't hide our books from us. It's like, yes, yes, yes. And then bring it to me and I will bind it and publish it for you. And you're like, okay. Can't do nothing shady there, right? And you realize it's called X. I mean, as much as I think Elon is a cool badass, why does he care about you? Because he loves humanity. And who told you that? Well, the TV, and the internet, and the radio, and the movies and the books and everything else that's given to you to feed your influence, and you have no real world experience with the guy named Elon. Now, don't get me wrong, I completely understand if you know this man on a personal level and in person. Disregard. It's just to prove a point. I think he's a really great, charismatic guy from what I can tell. Same thing with Trump, but I don't know them both personally. They can both be the most evil, corrupt people that have ever existed, far more than what anybody can think of anybody else. But I don't know that because I don't know them in person. So I can't assume just by something that I've seen on TV or on Twitter, you know, or on even TikTok. So I should have seen that. So I say these things because all those things are points of control and influence. And if everyone knows for sure that as far as freedom goes for free, freedom of speech sites and, you know, non-censorship and control, well, MySpace was the first owned. Well, we were able to do it with Facebook. You mean the same Facebook where you were able to place or heavily derogatory racist stuff and also post you know, them corn, good old crunchy yummy farmers corn pictures, you know, them corn pictures, you know, you took with your ex-girlfriend, and you know, them corn pictures you're trying to get to find new girlfriends and show them your big tractor, you know, because you gotta grow those tall crops. Yeah, they used to all be available on Facebook until you know, a few people with power decided to you know, turn that around. But the people were complaining. Really? Were they? I don't remember any of my friends complaining, or their friends or family, or really, I don't think anybody complained. But it's as simple as that. Like, how did I miss that? Can I hop on you? No. Apparently not. Here we go again. There goes my I might. So yeah, with Facebook being eventually controlled, everybody knows it's maybe not everybody. What I can say is it's just so weird how long it's been. Maybe people have forgotten. I mean, a lot of people don't even know. Most of y'all were very, very young back then. Man, I feel old. So, around the time... Damn, I feel really old. Around the time Facebook was around 10 years old. Holy shit, Facebook's old. Around the time Facebook was 10 years old. Yeah, I'm old. Around the time Facebook was 10 years old. It became not only controversial, but very, very, very well made public that the FBI has back doors. Not just a couple, I mean like the entire set of keys to the goddamn castle. Access to Facebook. Alright? And it's the same thing with Twitter. You think the feds just gave up access? Do you seriously, like, hey, you know that, man, the police chief allows corruption. How do you know? You see that police officer over there? He was corrupt. So they threw his ass out. Yeah. They put a new police officer in. Is he corrupt? Yeah. How do you know? Because the police chief's corrupt. But he replaced that guy. Yeah, who do you think hired him? Oh. Oh. Yeah, then you're like, oh, well, he did an interview. Like, come on, let's not be that naive. You hire your friends. So, we see things on a higher grand scale. Everyone hears the same old story over and over. Presidents are just puppets. Presidents are corrupt. You know, you can replace the president, but the puppet master's still up there, right? You can replace the face of a social media site. That doesn't mean the puppets disappear. Investors are still investors. Let it sink in. Yep, savor that flavor. And now I destroyed all the ambitions of hopes of those of so many out there that take my word for some sort of value and now see Elon Musk as a corrupt individual. I don't know. I really don't know. I think he's pretty cool. Hopefully he's still cool. But do you really think he would know if the feds are backdoored into his system still? If he doesn't, they are. They are. And if you're like, how do you know? Do you know anything on how the internet works? Who do you think owns those servers? Who do you think controls those servers? It's not the FBI. Maybe it is by this point. But so many powers within our government have access. You don't think the FBI still has access? Come on, let's be real. But it's a private company. Elon Musk, you own your phone and it's privately yours, and you don't think they have access? They have access to everything. But freedoms, prove it. And even if you can, what are you gonna do about it? What you gonna do about it? You gonna go up to the FBI office and go, hey, stay away from my phone? Yeah, they're gonna go, yeah, stop us. Make us. So, you know, those are things you really gotta look at and take into account. Yeah, so now when you look at it, the government ultimately just wants that control. Ooh, that sweet grip with those rubbery buttons and the 2 AAA batteries that somehow are always freaking dead. And all they want is that beautiful, beautiful control. Because they know as soon as they get up and have to physically put their hands on the TV to put it on the channel they want to be broadcast, they know that they're gonna have to physically put their hands on that thing. And if you disrupt the signal just a little bit too much, your vision disappears. And they don't want to lose that vision. So, they do their best to keep power in that remote so they can control what is seen, what is broadcast, and what influence they have over you. What? Don't believe me? Look at the history of TV. Oh yes, because it was just like YouTube, right? Free and open to the public, where super conglomerates took over, right? Right? No, it was a few broadcast stations so that the local government could show you what's going on out there, you know, tell you what to think and how to feel, and give you a perception on what reality really is in the world that's around you. They create the perception. We still, for whatever reason, still tune into that thing. Some of us do. I mean, I don't. So no, I mean, if that can make a little bit more, damn it, a little bit more sense to you. Yeah, now if that can make a little bit more sense to you, you start to realize, like, okay, well, what if he's right? It's like, no, stop with this what if I'm right. Well, it's a conspiracy. It's not a conspiracy. You're just naive. If like for 1 second, you just don't see that even being a possibility. And how many times does it have to be a coincidence? Yeah. Yeah, how many times does it have to be a coincidence before it's fact? So every country does it but us. We get caught doing it so many times, but this time it's not. And then, well, if it's not the case with X, well then it's definitely not the case with Twitter, right? Right? And Mark Zuckerberg, yep, definitely learned his lesson. He's totally, like Joe Rogan said, totally on the red side, right? On the red side, absolutely. You know, they're the good guys. You know, they're the good guys. You know, we got the good cop, bad cop. You know, because the Democrats are the bad guys. I'm not trying to be political with it, but no, man, there's only one side. It's called the government. I think they're for you. Maybe. It's either they're both for you or they're both against you. Because trust me, if the side that was for you, don't you think they'd abolish the side that was against you? But give me a second. I need to take a bathroom break. So Better watch out, cat. Yeah, I need to sit down. Little kitty out here. You're not gonna be able to stay up here, cat. Well, I guess while I'm here. When is it, cat? Yeah, while I'm taking this break, anybody who has not heard this so far, about 3/4 of the way done through this TikTok deal. I'm going to go take a bath break / snack break. And my cat heard a noise that, and I don't have to doubt if it's just me or not, because my kitten looked, then my cat looked, and then I looked and noticed them looking. I'm like, oh crap, so we all heard that. And usually my cat's a little bit of a grouch towards the kitten, and she pushed it out the way and ran way ahead of it and started hissing like crazy. So I don't know what she heard or seen, but she ran over to my room and was still growling. You know, but she's poking her head out the door. I'm like, what the hell, man? No, screw that. I'm going to the room. You know, my house isn't really that much of a creepy place. It's really not creepy at all. It's kind of cool. Ish. It's just a house. But my yard can be creepy if it wants. It's not super big, but when you see the setting during the day, you're like, oh, it looks so majestical. I love your backyard. It looks so nice to play. When the lights go out, you're like, holy shit, screw this. This is like, no, I'm not hanging out in your backyard, man. Predator's gonna fly out of one of the trees and just be like, did you order a pizza? It's like, no, let's not do that. But the lot next door to me is empty. And, my neighborhood's just kind of weird. But one of the neighbors, like, catty corner behind me came over and was telling me, talking to me about the lot. He was in it. And, he was like, yeah, man, that house down there, watch out. I'm like, why is that? He's like, a lot of weird stuff goes on down there. I'm like, why? People always moving in and out or something? Like, like maybe some illegal stuff's going on? And he's like, no, man. No one's lived there in like 11 months. I'm like, so is it like Airbnb? And he's like, no. I'm like, nah, man. About a year ago, lots of people moved out. We're gonna sell the place, but I don't know. Nobody ever bought it. If they did, nobody's lived in there since. I'm like, oh, that's weird because for like the past month that I've lived here, there's been people there. I mean, the guy could have just been gaslighting me. But he said nobody's lived there, like at all. I'm like, I've seen people going in and out of there. He's like, oh yeah, maybe doing construction work. I'm like, no, this is during the day and night with kids. He's like, dude, nobody lives there. I stop by there like 2-3 times a week driving by, and he's like, nobody lives there. There's no cars, no furniture, no blinds in the windows. I'm like, I've seen people going in and out of there with the lights going on and off, and kids and cars, and he's like, no, man. He's like, I'm telling you, man, stay away from that house. It's really weird. He's like, I'm not gonna talk about it much. He's like, but everyone here knows that house is weird. I'm like, okay. The neighborhood is actually kind of weird at night when you think about it. Like, if you're out, like, it's eerily creepy. And when I say it's creepy, I couldn't figure out why like nobody would buy my house. I was like, the price isn't really that bad. They're like, oh yeah, it'll be a fixer-upper. I'm like, you mean like an updater? Or they're like, no, like you fix it up. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, you know, like fix the floors. And my cat's like, what are you talking to me about? But it's like fix the floors and paint the walls and, you know, redo the roof and the plumbing. I'm like, but the roof is good. It was just rebuilt and restructured. The floors are great. The paint I don't want to touch. It's still good. Really good. You know? And what I mean by this is it didn't need none of that. When I bought the house, even though it didn't need to be done, I told him I didn't want it. I just want to leave everything the same. The bathroom, you know, a little water damage, but it happens. It was a rental property. Yeah, it was a rental property. Well, really nothing to worry about. We didn't even negotiate it. I was like, hey, let me know what's wrong with it. I'm gonna fix it. Oh, really? Yeah. There's nothing wrong with the place. Maybe a little bit of trim on it, you know, like the flashing for water, but like nothing. I mean, when I say water, I mean like with the rain, like that's just like falling off the edge. It's fine. It's not gonna hurt nothing. And then the floors are fine. Nothing wrong with the floors. Paint fine. There's nothing wrong with the house. The plumbing needed like a little bit of clearing. We just went ahead and we updated it. And when I say plumbing, I just mean like the sewer line. And not this big old giant pipe. Just a little, you know, 4-inch. 4-inch, a little, you know, about an inch wider than my fist. Yes, I have small fists. Nothing too big. And that was it. It was just like one line, one pipe. But there was nothing wrong with the house. But like at night, there's like stuff going on under my house that's weird. But what makes it weird, I'm not talking about the house, is like, you know, you would have thought somebody would have picked it up by now. And to top it off, I didn't even ask for this. Like, they didn't even mention it in the package. They just threw it in. Hey, we're gonna repaint the house. They repainted the house. We're gonna redo parts of the electrical, update some of the ventilation. We're gonna put some new cabinets in on the bathroom. Nothing really big, just some small stuff. Just like a little deal for the under part of your sink. What you doing, Oreo? Smoke my cattail cigar. What is it? Easy cat. You're clicking buttons. Yeah, I'm still eating this brownie. It's the only reason why I'm still telling the story. But we'll continue. But yeah, they said in like 1 year in my house, like 5 families had already moved in and out. I'm like, are they just like terrible renters or something? They're like, no, they just move in and just like immediately leave. Some of them wouldn't even stay there the whole month. I'm like, okay, what's wrong with the house? And this is after I bought it. So, and no, before anybody says it, no, mommy and daddy didn't give me no handout, and no, wasn't born into no privilege, and no, the government didn't throw cash at my face and tell me, okay, well, they threw cash at my face, I just told them no. To help me buy it, I was like, I don't need your help. Do 1% down, go away. 3% down, go away. We can help you to get your mortgage insurance to get the fuck out of here. I need your help, go away. So oh, my kitty's looking at me. But yeah, no, the house is great. Not amazingly phenomenal. You know, it's definitely not an up-to-date house. It's an older house. It's a lot older house, but I like it. And it's not one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, there's a gaping hole in the floor, but it's great, guys. It's just like a built-in, you know, pre-installation hole for a hot tub. But no, the place is great. And the thing that really throws you off is that how 5 families came in and just left. No reason or why, they just said they just wanted out. And again, the guy was like, I'm telling you, man, there's a lot of weird stuff goes on out here. And the thing is, my other neighbors on the other side, they've told me the same thing. They're really the only ones here who I've talked to. And they're like, hey man, this place is weird. You're gonna see. Weird shit happens out here. What does that mean? You know, I don't mean like a no ghost stuff. They're just like, no man, weird stuff happens out here. I seen a raccoon attack a rat. I'm like, what? What is a kitty? Yeah, and for like me, Mario, I'm gonna talk. If you're gonna growl, you can go to the bed. Be mad. Be mad. You can lay here, but I'm gonna talk. My cat's a grouchy. She wants me to go to bed. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning right now where I'm at. She usually wants me to go to bed with her. But yeah. They have it to where they have it here to where it's like I really thought somebody would have bought this property up, you know. They're developing in the area. It's still low price compared to what's being built. It's like, yo, I'm gonna get this. It's not super big, but it's definitely not small. I got 3 bedrooms, bro. It's nice. Mm-hmm. And I got a kitchen sink. But my cat keeps growling every time I talk. What? You're just being a growl. Fine, you can get down then. You're gonna attack me? Go. Down. Bad. Yeah, bad. Yeah, you're bad. Yeah, no reason. You can stay there. When she swats at me, she usually doesn't use her claws, but she's being grouchy. She wants to sleep. Well, she can go to sleep. It should be okay. I hope. Yeah, no, she kind of nicked me there, so it was like, yeah, she definitely had to get down. But now she's not allowed up for the rest of the night, so. Oh, maybe I am bleeding. Nope, maybe not. Oh well. Yeah, with this house. Dude, I'm hearing knocking at the door. This house should really be its own video, but you're knocking at the door. Hear more knocking at the door. Hear more knocking at the door. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go to the door. No one. No one's there. I'm like, there's no freaking way. So like, I got a closet in my room to where like if I go to the back of it, I'm in there. The wall on the other side of it, it would be less than 2 feet from whoever is knocking. So I would be able to hear them knocking. And the knocking starts again. So I'm like, oh crap, they're here. So I quickly run to the door and there's no knocking. You're like, oh, maybe kids are playing a prank. Dude, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. Funny, because it's like 1:30 here. No, 1:20 here now. But yeah, it's like 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, who's the fuck? You know, I'm thinking maybe, you know, like, you know, maybe it's my neighbor or, you know, somebody's lost, you know, but nothing, man. It's like nothing. I wait in the living room and I hear it again. And I got like straight view from my windows, you know, and it's like, bro, there's nobody at the door. And like you can feel the knock. Like it's not like a cop doom doom doom. It's like AT&T trying to sell you connection service. You know? Like, hello? So yeah, that's kind of weird, but at night, it's like I can hear it coming from under my house. I'll hear a doom, 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 doom. And then out of nowhere, it's like, oh fuck no. No, 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 no. Getting off the bed, or getting off the floor and getting in my bed. This pulse for this brownie is going to be worth it. Especially whoever watches this after it's posted. But yeah, even the realtor who like sold me the house, or showed me the house, be a little bit more clear. This isn't even a house he picked. It's a house I picked. And a lot of people were just like, nah, bro. No, you go with the realtor picks you. I'm like, nope. My choice. When he came to show me the backyard, he's like, yeah, it's a little bit overgrown, but you know, you can cut it all down and get rid of the trees. I'm like, I don't want to keep the trees. Turns out one of the big trees already fell and like destroyed like a large chunk of the roof, which is why it was recently rebuilt and restructured. And it's like really nice now, so it's okay. It's not perfect, but it's great. But from what my neighbors have said, oh yeah, you don't want to be out here at night. I'm like, why? Is it a bad neighborhood? Like from what a realtor said, he's like, you know, nobody wants it, you know, cause the type of neighborhood it's in. I'm like, what type of neighborhood is that? Cause looks like almost everyone here owns a business, and if they don't, they've got some money. Except for me, my house looks like the broke one on the block. You know, my guy with only one, well, technically two, one car in the driveway. I don't even got a fence. All my neighbors have fences. My gate isn't automatic. Okay, well, my neighbor next to me, their gate's not automatic either. But they actually have a gate. Or, sorry, a fence with a gate. Oh no, one of my other neighbors, their gate's not automatic either. But most of the other people out here, like, their gates are automatic. You know, this is gonna sound really funny. Everyone's driveway is concrete. Putting this image in your head, you're like, oh, you live in a gated community in a suburb. It's like, close. We don't have sidewalks. But my neighbor up the street has got a sidewalk. But no one else around him does. And, my driveway's made out of gravel. Nobody else. I nowhere else in this neighborhood that I've driven around, nobody else has a gravel driveway but me. You know, it's not like that tiny little gravel, it's like disappearing. It's that big, like, hunky gravel. You know, stuff that, like, nobody wants, but at the same time, it doesn't go anywhere. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good driveway. There ain't no pothole in it at all. I mean, it's packed in there. It's nice. But yeah, no, other than that, the house seems fine, but everybody says don't go outside at night, and you'll notice nobody's out there at night. Oh, it's because it's a quiet community. Like, no, not at all. It's not gated, it's not private. It's definitely not suburbs. But what I will say is that I don't think it's exactly the safest. It's just, I don't know, dude. It's weird. Oh, I've gone outside, and no, before you think I live in the country, I don't live in the country either. I live in that area right on the in-between of, I guess you'd say, the suburbs outside of town and the city. Not the most densely populated area, but somewhat dense. Now, again, I live in the city. Like, if you said, hey, well, let's go to the Galleria downtown Houston, I could tell you, like, hey, cool, be there in like, well, if I started driving then, 15-20 minutes, you know, I'd be there. You know, and if you know where I'm from, you don't know where I'm from, Houston area, so yeah, the Galleria, if you know where it's at, you know where it's at. But either way, you know, I can get to downtown within like 15 minutes. For some other people, they're like, I can drive across town in 15 minutes. Like, yeah, well, I live in one of the biggest cities in the world, buddy. It's like, kind of takes some time to get there. I mean, hey, I drive to work in the morning and it takes me over an hour. You know? Or about an hour to get there, and everyone's like, huh. How many cities away do you live? Oh no, I'm still in the same city. Oh, you must live on the other side. Like, no, I'm still on one side, but I'm driving to the other side of that one side. It's like, oh shit. It's like, yeah, it's about 25 miles. Yeah, but that's not that far. It's like, yeah, right. You know, so but yeah, it's just really weird. Like, I just live in a small little patch of area to where it's like, okay, y'all aren't hidden. Definitely not hidden, but why is it so quiet here? And it's weird, because, like, dude, one of the things that are explainable, is the house shaking. It creeped me out. I woke up one night and I was just like, house is you know, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? It's like so subtle. You like to be really quiet and still, and you'll slowly feel the house like sway. You know, and you're like, it's not swaying a lot. It's like, I wouldn't even say it's like even an inch. Like, you just feel like this slight sway. And you realize it's not the house, it's the entire ground. It's like a rolling rumble. It's a train. You can't hear the train from where I'm at, but you can definitely feel it. But aside from talking about my terrifying house, let's get back to this TikTok thing. So, Okay, that's still the same. Okay, so yeah, back to this TikTok thing. My cat's probably mad at me. Over there laying on the bed with their head tucked. It sucks because my cat thinks when you're talking to it, it thinks you're mad at it. And you're like, oh, that's so cute. It's like, no, I feel really bad for her. Because you might be like, oh, aren't you a cute little cat? You want head pats? And she'll start like growling at you like, motherfucker, I'm gonna beat you up. It's like, no. You gotta speak to her in tones. And I don't mean like, hey, how you doing? No, nothing like that. Like, eh. You know, lower tones. Woo, 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 woo. She'll come real nice and calmly to you. But you hit her with she's high. Okay, I didn't want to wake her up. She's high attention and we'll go real quick. You know, to you. But if you start talking, it's like a mid-tone, but it's fast. So it seems like a low tone, but an anxious tone. And it's like, hey, so what's wrong? Well, if there's nothing wrong, you're obviously talking to me. And she gets upset. You know, because she's like, you're not talking to me like that. And she does. She thinks she's in trouble. And in reality, she's not. So she just takes it the wrong way. Boy, will she, like, pop you in the face with the claw. She doesn't like being messed with, especially when she didn't do anything wrong. Oh, crap. Oh, how did I get up there? Okay, I was like, how do I get to my inventory? You know, maybe I should have got a map. Now that I'm actually looking at this stuff. Oh well. I guess I'm at where I'm at now. Oh crap. Really wish there was a safe spot closer. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yep, just love destroying myself. Anyway, I don't know why I went too far as it is. No, I guess not. I don't even got the money to buy the map. I don't even have the money to buy the map. Oh yeah, so to get back on the side track deal of TikTok, I'll have to remake this into a cut video for the future. But the government wants to keep that dynamic influence over you, and if it's not the government, it's a conglomerate of individuals that want to keep that influence over you. And yeah, if you don't think that these super conglomerates of people don't want to control your influence, they do. I mean, it's all in their best interests. Would the government allow it? Well, it depends. Who's in the government? Oh, those same people. No, that's because of recent. What, because Biden's a businessman? No, Biden. Elon's a businessman? Trump's a businessman? Is that why? Recent? No. It's always been business figures. Those who see control and power. To make the best leaders. Well, for whatever project or agenda they're trying to move forward. And I mean, that's just the way it is. It benefits both of us. Them and us. But aside from the control part, I mean, I guess I've got that point across. You've got the final dynamic of it all. It's the part that's going to affect you quite personally the most, and what initially is the bottom line for everything when it comes to, well, a country. Money. And recharge. So you might be thinking, well, what does it matter to them money-wise? So TikTok affects a lot. You might not think that it doesn't affect Amazon, but it does. Because when someone causes a redirect, they get a cut. When most of your redirects are from one company, you owe that company a lot of money, especially if it's not one based in America. TikTok strike one. So the money's not going to America. It's going overseas, especially to companies overseas. So you're like, oh, what's the big deal? Business is business. Yes, in a capital market, that would make sense. And in capitalism, oh my god, is this mosquito really gonna kill me? In capitalism, it makes sense. Yes, you're right. But what happens if you operate outside of a system of capitalism? What happens when we have one business here that's a complete monopoly? Destroys everything and screws everyone. Right? Well, even though it may not be intentional, those are countries like China. We try to tell ourselves, as Americans, the entire world is just practice capitalism. It's just capitalism. No, they copy the basic models of finance and business. Borrow with leverage. Collateralize with assets that aren't yours. And buy low, sell high. Always sell for more than what it costs to do, or make, or operate. So that's with anything. As far as capitalism, they don't follow by the rules of capitalism. They follow by the rules of communism. It's a different ecosystem. And while the thing that comes to the money part is you're like, oh, the government's greedy. It's like, well, it's not so much the government themselves. Well, here's the thing. The government needs power, and it can only get power through other people. And we are those people. And the richer your people, the more rich your power. The more you can do and have influence over others. That's why, although America has the most control and the ability to use and abuse its people, it does so to an extent to ensure that its wealth to balance over others in the world stays on top. And you might say, well, there's other countries that are richer than America. Rich by what aspect? There's individuals that are richer? Yes. The average individual in that country makes more money than the average American? Yes, true. But throughout population, we win. Ideas, we win. Innovation, we win. And overall, expendable capital that's produced as income, hey, America's pretty rich. So we don't gotta be the richest, we gotta have more of them. And what this comes down to is the more things that can be sold in America to American companies by Americans for Americans will also appreciate on the tax reinvested back into our ecosystem, as well as the profits back into our ecosystem. So it keeps the wealth here. The other big thing is connections through business. I just wasted that. Homunculus. I keep meaning to jump, but I keep slashing. So, the big thing is the control over our markets. It's really what it comes down to. Because though you may see TikTok as a social media sharing app for information, it's not just that. It's also a market for information. It's also a market for money. It's a market for influence. When you control the information as well as the money, you control a lot. It's like, oh, to make the Americans do what they want the Americans. No! They just want your money. That's all it comes down to is the money. You know, it's like, that's the biggest thing. And that's the last piece of the puzzle. They don't want to rot your brain because they don't care. You're going to rot your own brain. Hell, we got drugs over here. You know, it's just they gave you the addiction you wanted just so they can sell you the things that you wanted. And the things they want to sell you are things that you wanted from a resource that you can get. It's not in a country that's not yours. Or that's in a country that's not yours. I'm pretty sure this is still the wrong way too. So all in all, it's a couple of reasons why TikTok is getting banned, and honestly, I know people hate to hear it, it's a good thing. It's, well, it's hard to pick a side here. And like, I know everyone will say, oh, it's so simple. Look, don't you want freedom? It's like, don't you want power to your country? And I don't mean the people in power, I mean you. You. Don't you want more money? Don't you want to pay less taxes? Oh, I'm a kid, I don't care. Do you want good content? Do you want more opportunity? There's a lot of dynamics that go into this app, and it's so strange just to say that, hey guys, I know drugs are a problem, but TikTok, hey, we gotta fix this. You know, like, I don't think anybody understands. Well, sure, people do understand, but a lot of people don't understand the severity, how damaging TikTok really is. And people go, oh, it's gonna rot their brain. No, no. They can do that on their own if they want to already. We have TV and in the news, so let that sink in. We make choices all the time that are very detrimental to ourselves, so. I mean, hey, if they let's drink alcohol, you think they really care about you watching some TikTok? Bro, I got blocked into a corner on that. That's BS. Well, off to adventure. Bloop. 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 Never ending story. Doot, 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 doot. Actually, no, I wonder if I can get up there from up here. Nope, can't. Bum, 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 bum. But the thing is like, there's a few dynamics to it. So if you give people TikTok, they'll fall. It's just like giving them drugs, but a drug that just is non-stop. It's mild enough to not physically harm you in any way, but detrimental enough to consume your life about as bad as fentanyl. I know that might not be accurate as a description, but it's one that people can relate with and understand. You can't put it down, you can't turn your head away, you can't stop using it, and it is so cheap and so easily accessible. You will keep taking hit after hit after hit after hit after hit after hit of dopamine that you're just in a slumber at this point. You're in a daze, you're zombified, just swipe, 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 swipe. And I see it. Where's my phone? Oh. See, I use mine so little that I don't know where it's at half the time. You know, like it's really hard to, you know, find your phone sometimes. You know, so sometimes it leaves you wandering in. I've got more phones around here. So. Anyway. It leaves you wandering, and but people just sit there all day and just all day. You know, that might sound like funny. You're like, haha, yeah, that is people. No, that's you. Maybe not you specifically, Brad, but yes, most people are swiping throughout the day, and I laugh. Because I'll make comments like, people are like glorified zombies sipping on crack cocaine just as though it's like Coca-Cola being snorted through their nose, like they're an obese person who just can't stop eating, gluttonous to a point of self, you know, destruction. They don't even know what's happening. I mean, I know that's like a terrible off-the-cuff description of things, but I mean, I can just say that, oh, people who do this and that and scroll are disgusting, and then like, not even 2 minutes later, people are like, yeah, man, right, that's crazy. I don't know, yeah, you know, people got some really bad addictions, and yeah, I don't get why they do that, and yeah, were you saying something? No, that's for real. That's what it is. Like, yeah, I was telling you about that a new TikTok ban. Oh yeah, the TikTok ban. No, that's people. Y'all are just on drugs. Y'all are on digital drugs. And I'm not gonna say that it's just the power of mind to get away from that, but I think it's just a wiring of the mind, because again, it's there to addict you, to tempt you in. And I think it comes to a concoction of multiple addictions the human mind is susceptible to, all gathered into one. Attention, for one. Status, for two. The ability to gain wealth, for three. 4. Access and networking to others. And then the biggest, 5, information. You put those addictions all together and people just feel like they're kings. Or queens. You know. It's like, oh. Don't I have an addiction to any of those? Yes! Yes, and that one's knowledge. But you gotta understand, when I use something like TikTok or tried TikTok, and it's even the same thing with YouTube, I don't have desire for any of those things, or I guess like unfathomable desire like most people for those things, except for information. But with all things I like, it's not about the money. It's about the practicality and what I can afford. And when it comes to knowledge, I want it. So you might say something like, well, you want high value knowledge? Yes, high value knowledge. But I don't seek the most valuable knowledge, but only what is proprietary towards me. So some of the most valuable knowledge. What's the best place to attack the Pentagon, where and when? I don't care about that. It's valuable. I don't care. It does nothing for me. You could sell it for money. I don't care for the money part. Fuck you. You don't go away. Take your money. You know, and we're like, that's crazy, you know? That's money, man. It's like, okay, that's cool. Money's not everything. I mean, it's a great tool, but when it comes to information, it's like, that's the one thing I really like. But what you also have to understand is that when it comes to things like TikTok, the information you receive is abundant, but very invaluable. We're like, it teaches you a lot. It teaches you how to budget. Oh my god, it teaches you the most simplistic of life skills? Oh wow. What would we do without that? Oh wait, that's why you have parents. And if they're not teaching you it, well, then their parents didn't do enough for them. I'm not talking bad about anyone's parents, but life skills are a key foundation to a good life, right? Not everybody has them. That doesn't make it valuable. Knowing how to read and write is valuable to some. It is valuable to some. But in America, you might say, oh, it's very valuable. It's not valuable at all. And you might say, again, you can't do nothing without being able to read and write. Yes, and if you can't do a basic skill, such as budget in America, okay, cool. It's just something you should just know how to do. It's a given. In America, everyone assumes you know how to read and write, and for the majority part, assume you speak English. So when it comes to budgeting, the world's going to assume you know how to budget, or at least know money. At least those more intelligent than you are going to assume that, just like everybody in America assumes the world can read and write. Although a large, actually, I'm just going to say the majority can't. Let's be honest here, guys. If you think the majority of the world can read and write, where were you born, America? Get real with yourself. Read and write. Oh. It's like once you find out only 15% of the world is actually considered first world developed, you begin to realize, like, oh crap, there's nothing going on here. Where am I going? Oh, no, I wanna go fight this guy. I seem to have taken a wrong turn. Hey, wait. If this is this here, there's no way I've been taking this long route the whole time. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh, God. What am I doing? I'm really starting to think this game hates me. I guess I did it to myself. Man, I'm really getting nowhere, man. This is really starting to kind of eat at me. But at the same time, it makes it very difficult to call for a TikTok ban because it does infringe, as an American, on your freedom of information. Really, all of your First Amendment. But at the same time, you can say that the Washington Post is the same, but the Washington Post is still a business. They can get to a point such as TikTok, and the government overall can close the business, you know, the method of display for information, but not the method itself. Which again opens up another slippery slope that we do want to be careful for, which is why I'm kind of skeptical if TikTok is going to be banned. I'm writing this, I think, the day before, filming this the day before, so just a time reference. is if you have the ability to get rid of TikTok, you also would have the ability to, well, in an essence, get rid of newspapers, media outlets. You can ban them from America. And why couldn't they? What's to stop them? You said yes, it was TikTok due to information, but you now have the ability to take down entire media and institutions. So look at like what I think it was Kevin O'Leary said. If I get TikTok, it'll be the freest television service. Guys, we are not old. Kevin, I get it, you're old. You might appeal to the older demographic of people, boomer generation. But yo, telling people like me and, millennials and Gen Z that, oh, it's gonna be just like TV. Yeah, then, go ahead and ban that crap. We don't want it. Full of commercials and Ozempic and Prilosec and all these other old people stuff. Yeah, it's totally what we want to be advertised to as us. Yeah, no, we don't want that crap, man. We don't care. Try to finish up this video. I keep dying. Kind of getting tired. But yeah, we don't care about that stuff. And he said it's gonna be the freest network. So let me guess. We're gonna have a TikTok like X. We're gonna have a free television service, And then let me guess, we're gonna have this whole new freedom thing called freedom money. You know what I think? I think this whole campaign was built on freedom, but it's a campaign of freedom built to avoid detection of deception. You feed the Americans the script that they want to get the outcome you need and that they're okay with. You're like, well, what are they trying to take? Well, look at all the controls of power and leverage you'll have for all the things you want. And if the one thing you seek is money and power, then that's government. The only thing is America is the only country that can influence or overthrow its government. People say, oh, well, other countries do it. No, they have to do it by force. We can just snatch them down. It's again, remember, people came to power, they did it violently, and they took over the people. They forcibly tell them what to do. And they give them the option to vote to make them do what they want a lot easier. Not in America, it doesn't work that way. We took a few good people and we're like, hey, come here, you come here. Yeah, you want to lead? Yeah, you, yeah, you want to lead? Get over here. We're gonna vote on it. I want to hear why. Screw up. Taking you down. Oh, you say you don't want to come down? You don't? No, in the military? Do it. Do it. It wasn't just 1776 we decided to, push back against the government. Remember, when media is controlled, you don't see how many times Americans have rebelled against government. Yeah, but they weren't out there pulling guns. Are you sure about that? Yeah, but they didn't win. Are you sure about that? Yeah, but yeah, those people, they went to jail and they were before you finish that sentence, are you sure about that? Don't always assume that what you're fed on the internet is true. There's also the things you find yourself, which aren't always true. But there's plenty of times that people have rebelled against the government. And sometimes violently. No one was prosecuted. No one was arrested. They got their point across and things were very quickly fixed. So, when things are non-controversial, keywords, non-controversial. When I say that, I don't mean between the government and the people. I mean, when it's non-controversial, how should I say that? Not so much the government and the people, but the government making a choice and the people being split between it. But when something happens to where the people are pretty much all on board, oh no, the government turns around real quick and goes, maybe not this time. We already know. If you give them the opportunity, they will take. You put them on the pedestal, you keep control. You might say, well, it's only the wealthy and the elite, because we allow them to. Because let's be honest. Do you really want that position of power? You say yes, but once you're actually in it, you don't understand how much it takes. And like I tell everybody, I just want to be a king. I don't want to be a ruler. I just want to be a king. It's like, one for the people, not one of the people. You know, because I'm not a speaker of the people. I'm one of the people. Well, and for the people, I'm not of the people. It's like, what do you mean by that? It's like, well, I have power. I can make decisions. I can control my land and do as I wish. You know, I want to do enough to keep them happy. So, I'm not of them. I am for them. They just wish to be happy. They just wish to have enough to get by. That's not me. I wish for more. Many things, as do most of us. I do not wish to be poor, nor do I care to be rich. It does not fulfill my goals. People only want money because they're told to want money. People only want power because they're told to want power. And sometimes it's for good reason, don't get me wrong. You know, again, everybody has their agenda. But like people tell me, you don't seek power? You don't seek money? No? Well, you need that to get ahead? Are you sure about that? I started at the very bottom, got taken down, started at the bottom again, got taken down again. Well, started at the bottom, got taken down. Started at the bottom again. Yeah, oh yeah, then raised, then got taken down again. So here I am at the bottom again, and I don't have a degree. Let me get this straight. I don't have a degree. I don't have no amazingly spectacular education. You know, I don't have no degrees or nothing like that. I have a few certifications, but nothing like too major. Dang it, I missed them. You son of... But yeah, for me, I can't fall for the addiction part. The only thing I seek is just the information. It's watered down. Yeah, so I don't really care for it. But for everyone else, you know, going after the whole money thing and everything, TikTok overall just becomes a detriment. I guess that's the way I can shorten this up. And I don't know how to tell this to people that just have too much of an ego, you know, or too much pride in themselves to believe that, you know, just because you don't want it to be the truth, it's not the truth. You know, we all want to believe in our principles, you know, but sometimes just gotta face, you know, reality. Reality. You know, not just saying that, but what reality really is. We don't live in the free world of which our founding fathers wanted, but in a totally new dynamic. It's been 250 years about now. And so far we've lasted as a sovereign people, kings among ourselves. And there's just a few things that become extremely detrimental to the people that they have to rip out of their hands. Do they get money from it? Yes. There's always going to be another side. There's always going to be another angle. Almost seems like it's a perfect circle, but it's just many, many sides to the same shape. And, well, with TikTok, I guess as I'm closing this out, it's just a tool that it's too good. It's too good for the people and it needs to go away. It's so good that it can't be controlled, and that without regulation or control over it, by as much as you don't want to hear it, someone who's got aggressive, more powerful, and it's more powerful and probably a little bit smarter than you. That's why you pick people to rule over you as much as you say you don't want a ruler. You do. Most of y'all do. And I can get into a later video. I'll save it here at the end of this. But if you're that same person saying, I want to do something great in the world, I just don't know what it is, and I tell you, hey, go out there and start your life and live it. And the one thing that people always say is, I don't know what I want to do exactly. And my follow-up is always the same follow-up and generally comes to the same answer. Kind of feel like you want to make a change and do something different, and you don't really know what to do. And if only someone could tell you what that was, you would do it. You would be damn good at it. Like, yeah, that actually is it. I just don't know exactly what to do. I wish somebody could tell me. That's the point. You're what's called a slave. I don't mean that in a bad way. You want to work. You want to do something. You want to accomplish it. You want to be good at it. Make people proud. And feel self-worth. And feel gratitude for the things that you're doing. But you just want to be told what to do. If you haven't noticed yet, that's the picture of a perfect slave. And you're like, no, but I want to do it for money. If you do something you love so much that you don't even want to be paid for it, it's called your passion. And they say find something that you love to do so that if you do it every day, it's not work. Sounds like the wise words of a slave owner. And before anybody reaches out at me, no, I'm not one of those crazy radical people pushing for a political agenda to change things for people, you know. People want these deals, you know. No, it's not that. It's just simple fact. You can go to any society in history of what a slave is, and that's the description of a perfect one. And sorry to say it, but most Americans fit that description at this point. And not only has media helped brainwash you to that point, but media has become so good at doing it that now that other countries can do it, they accidentally might misinfluence other countries or create tools that create poor influence. It's like having a bunch of little dogs running around, and people know if they want to get the dog's attention, just pull a hamburger out. They'll come. Until you got that one guy who ties a stake to a tree. And everyone's dog is looking at it. And he's the guy going like, yo bro, I'm not letting my dog near that tree. Why? Because it's a bad tree, it's a dirty tree, and there's poop all around it and stuff. Yeah, I don't know, people like that tree. So I want to hoard it to myself, so I'll wrap the stake around it. what was the purpose of that? Once people's dogs go and start biting at it, they want to get away from it too. But I can force people to pay me to go buy the tree now. It's like, oh, okay, cool. You don't let your dog near that tree? Hell no. Hell no. Absolutely not. But if anybody else wants to go near it, just pay me. But it's so irresistible. Look at the steak. Look at the steak. All those people with their dogs. No, the steak. And people are like, hey, 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 pay attention. Hey, man, get your stick off the dog. It's ruining my dog. Well, that's TikTok. Steak is TikTok, and China is the guy who put it there. He doesn't really care if you want it or not. He just cares about the money he's getting from it. So, it's a detriment to everybody. Nobody really wants it around. And the only people running around are the people who it doesn't really help at all. And if it doesn't help you, it doesn't help the person controlling you. So, and as much as you think, I'm not controlled, I'm a free person. Yeah. You keep believing that. Just go ahead and keep believing that. But I make my own choices and everything. Did you flush the toilet after you used the potty too? Yeah, because who taught you how to use that? Yeah, because pooping in a potty is the right thing to do. Because that's what's natural. Right? And if you do anything otherwise than shit in something that's porcelain, it's unnatural. Like making your own choice. Very unnatural, at least in today's society. So, I mean, with that, it's just like TikTok is a tool of freedom. But it's not a tool for those who are granted freedom. It's a tool for those who are free. Free. Those of you who think you are, you're not. I buy when I want. And I'll just sum it up like this. I'll just sum it up as simple as this. If you think TikTok is an issue, I'm about to open up a whole new can of worms for you little people out there that apparently don't explore the world. And if I flipped the USA map upside down in front of you, you couldn't even point out your own state. There are people who study the world. If you ask people from Europe, good, well-educated individuals can point a lot of the states in America. Just like many intelligent individuals in America can point out countries all over the world, specifically in Europe. So, many people have access to more information, or have the ability, or the knowledge to have the ability to access other points of information. And they know how to use it properly. You know, in a non-abusive manner that's non-detrimental and highly beneficial to the person using it without it raising too much of a red flag. So, such as the internet in other countries, they know where to push the boundaries, because they push it too far, they'll just cut the internet off on them. And if you don't think that's true, China is borderline there. And, well, I mean, let's just look at North Korea. That's the most lockdown you can get. They'll just lock you down. Like, I don't know, like, if y'all talk to people around the world, America? Yeah, I'm talking to you Americans, you America. I talk to people all around the world, all the time. And you got on this new red notebook Chinese app, and you're like, we're communicating with people around the world. Look at us. Hi, China. Hi. Hey, Americans on the internet, you guys on TikTok, you just discovered what the internet was? It's to connect with people around the world, not just in your own damn country. Like, and that's literally how it is right now. They're like flaunting to the government, hey, we know how to connect with the world, and they're just like, been doing that since the 1800s. Hey, you know that thing that happened back in 1776? Yeah, we found some new land. And there was, yeah, y'all know nothing about that. Redcoats? Yeah, nothing about that. That was a way long time ago, back, back when we knew how to read and write and you didn't. Oh, you idiots. But no, that's really the reality of what it is. People are barely discovering what the internet really is. I mean, specifically during COVID. Now that we're here at the end, this is probably my last 5 minutes of this stream. One second, move over to this big screen. So, like, if it hasn't been enough to say, that you think you have access to more than most people around the world, you don't. And I don't mean, oh, majority of the population, we've got more access. Yes, of course you have more access than most. Some countries have more access than others, but specifically what I'm saying is there are people higher in those other countries that have far more access than what most Americans do. I guess that's what I'm meaning to say. And a tool like TikTok, people aren't ready for. And we go, yeah, we are. We want that freedom. No, you want it, but you don't know how to use it. Look, they gave it to you, and you all rotted each other from the inside out. Yes, you can communicate. You can definitely help each other out. It's like taking dogs to a park. Oh, guys, look! We can go shit in the same sandbox! Did you know that was over here? And our master doesn't even have to pick it up. Look at that, man. Guys, we're finding out something new. Master's over there like, I wish that fucker could use a toilet. One day. When he's not out here with his friends, discovering the world in this little fenced park we gave him where we can monitor them. Or they're shit in a sandbox thinking they rule the world. They're gonna pick up their shit anywhere else they go. But left them out on their own, they get hit by a car. Yes, that's you. That's you, the public. In America, yes. Yes, this may offend some people. Nobody's probably watching this. That's you. Y'all are dogs in a park. We don't have masters. Yeah, you do. You just don't even know you do. You're that ignorant to the situation. And it's not to say that it's a bad thing. You know, they don't necessarily mean you any harm, you know. They're not going to do the greatest for you. You're not going to have the quality of what they have. You're a dog. Okay, 2 dogs had puppies and you live in the house. That's it. That's all you are. You don't know what's going on. You don't know what other dogs in other households actually have. You can take it to a dog park and suddenly you get excited. I'm connecting with the world. You never were. And you never will. Until you find the right channels. Look at... Oh, this isn't even a good example. If you were using Reddit 10 years ago, you can say... Even then it was starting to get kind of bad. 10 years ago, you had more freedom of information. You had more freedom of access to the people around the world. And in the early internet, and again, I'm kind of dating myself here. Was it like 2005? It was like 2005. Facebook, MySpace. I think MySpace was a little bit before. It was about the same time. I was using both. Man, I feel old. But I was using both. And it was a lot more free back then when the government didn't have as much of an understanding or control over the internet. It was only those at universities, which in tradition has led a traditional form. We're going to spread our message the way we want, when we want, to who we want, how we want. And it was a tool that the people who had access to actually understood what it was for. Everyone says, hey, I need TikTok so that I can share with people. Share what? But they didn't teach you how to fucking open up a sealed jar of pickles when you were 5, and you learned that running it under hot water causes thermal expansion, causing the metal to warp out and release the lid. Because you know that like every other person who just had a regular education in any other country figured that out. But that's mundane information. We need it. It's TikTok. We need to learn how to keep all the roaches out of our yard. No, a lot of these tools that people are using, such as TikTok, were originally created for, well, journalists. Not you, not me. You know, people like me, we just use this for entertainment, just to talk to people. Just give people something to watch, you know. That nagging voice in the background while you're cleaning dishes. But for everyone else, nah. It's not really for them. To be more specific, all this came about, these tools, to spread information from one place to the other without getting caught. At least specifically in terms of the internet. And then we'll expand that onto TikTok. This all started as a project of the military. So before you say the intentions of the internet are for good old Americans and TikTok to share information with each other, you gotta realize it's kind of not. So, in basics, long story short, a few universities got together while developing servers for the military infrastructure. What is it you want out? Yeah, let me let my cat out. You want out? I think she might just want out. But yeah, yay, little kitty. But yeah, it was developed for the military, so they'd be able to send information back and forth between each other and have a secure and accessed line. And that's what the internet, for the most part, was created for. You know, and it did very well. They found that, well, hey, you know, if we can, this is just the story, the lore. You never know what the government's really doing. They decided to give public access to it, not only to fund the project, but also to hide it in two ways. One is an ability for the public to share information between each other, university to university. And two, to be able to covertly send messages back and forth through the military while having it all junked up and hidden between all of the information. All the information having it mixed in with the public's information. So your information was never meant to be secure. It was just meant to be good enough. If your stuff gets taken, then they don't care. What are they gonna read about Susan's new recipe to make homemade apple pie? Don't forget the cinnamon. But TikTok's not for you. If you want something as close as TikTok, you have to get somewhere private where the government can't put their hands in. If you want something similar to TikTok, and you'll understand what I mean, maybe some of you understand what I mean when I say this. If you want TikTok, get Discord. It's the closest you're gonna get to it. And we go, well, it's so hard to share stuff because all the communities are hidden. It's not that they're hidden. It's just that people who want to share information can share information. Some people for the right reasons, some people for the wrong reasons, and many of them very illegal reasons. But it's kind of how a lot of these other information sharing sites started, and it's always going to be used for illegal stuff. It's just nature of the beast. You create the military to save people, and they also use it to kill people. You create monetary financial systems and tools to help further people, but people further dig themselves into a hole. You create the world of business and freedom to do business so people can become entrepreneurs and become extremely wealthy and successful. However, though, those same things have led to conglomerates of people that have more or less enslaved the people into slave wage. Well, with the good, there comes the bad. So, with these tools, that's how this happens. And there's no control over what information systems we as the public are using, such as TikTok. And the only regulation you put on there is no illegal stuff. You're being monitored. You're being filtered. You're being censored. How do you think they keep it off of there? You were being watched from the start. Not just by China. By America too. Everything's watched. It's just, where does the control come into play? You don't think the US wants to do illegal stuff as well? I'm not gonna tell you. No country ever tells. But it's done. Regardless of the fact. And a tool like TikTok gives people the perception that they have that freedom of accessing and transferring information. However, though, for major countries that don't have a control over it, they don't want their citizens using it. It causes too much of a wave. And not a wave in a good way, a wave in the bad way. You put it in China, they're like, yeah, nah. Nah. No, okay, like, let's just put them in perspective. Okay, we'll say India too. India too, major population. Same thing. Like, no, no more, no more. In America, it's the same thing. Why? Because one, yeah, you have this whole information thing, but when you can't control it, think of creating something like an image sharing website where you only share images. Some of them apps that only a camera for the logo. And imagine that the government had no control over it because it was created by another government. And you can do whatever you want on it. And you just so happen to be lucky enough that the government that created it basically went and said, hey, yo, no naughty images on here, you know. Especially them really bad ones. Your government's like, well, at least they got that part straight. Now, about the back doors for the back channels, for the back accounts, you know. Other countries are like, what back accounts? We don't know what you're talking about. You know what we're talking about. We have them for ours. Like, just be mean. Well, you can wait. I wasn't even gonna let her back up on the desk. She started getting mad again. It's like, cat, I don't want to go to sleep right now. She'll do that. She'll just start clawing at you. It's not even like, let me claw you. Slap the hell out of you, man. Scratches on my hand from last week are still barely healing up, but she just wants me to come lay down. So I hate getting onto my cat. She's just trying to go to sleep. But if you've kept up this far, and maybe you understand, maybe you don't, maybe you'll look more into it. TikTok is a tool to where there's stuff going on behind closed doors, not necessarily bad, but to where if your government doesn't have control and has that much of a mass influence, they need control of that will. You know? It's like another thing you might know, but might not know, is that if a foreign plane comes over to America and picks up people who are foreign to that plane's country and picks them up and takes them to another country, do believe that America has full control and access of its citizens and who is on and getting off that plane and where they're going. Well, how do they know that? Well, the person has the freedom of choice to use the airline. See back door, and we have access to some other things, you know, so we can see where our citizens are at and what's going on, you know. But can you imagine to get on a plane where they know everything you're doing? Yeah, that's your own country's airline. Now imagine you have citizens that get onto an airplane from a country that is not, I could say, like, closest ties to your country. And they go, okay, now we're going to be boarding. So who's all getting on your plane that's our citizens? None of your business. What exactly information are you taking from none of your business? Well, who exactly are you going to be flying them with? None of your business. And where are they going? None of your business. You'd be like, okay, look, man, you can't operate here. That's none of your business either. We're going to operate where we want. And if your people want to fly our plane, they're going to fly on our plane. And we're going to collect that money. And then you start hearing stuff about banning. What's a good for it? Screaming? No. That won't really be good. American Groundhog Airlines will be getting shut down today. It's a threat to national security. Hey man, I love that airline. They're great. They give me peanuts and everything for free and vodka. You know they let you do drugs on there? Yeah, we're free. We're free on, you know, Groundhog Airlines. Yeah, yo, you know they're not American owned. They operate in America. Yeah, bro. They just because they got English written on the side doesn't mean they're English. You can't stop us. We're the Americans. Bro, America's the one shutting them down. Can't do this. Can't do this. I'm a stewardess. Yeah, I make money on this air. No, you're getting off the airline. You're like, no, we're free. It's like, it's not the freedom that you want, man. And you don't want to fly on a, you know, I guess we can say a bumland. Bumland, you know, poor, broke, super scrap metal, you know, living in the sands of desolation type countries. You don't you don't want to get on one of their planes. You'd be like, nah, screw that, that's too dangerous. Like, well, you're not exactly free either. But overall, TikTok's, if it gets banned, it's, I want to say, I hope, at least from everything that I can draw, from what I know, at least what I think I know, TikTok is being banned for a very, very good reason. And if you can make money and influence off of TikTok, just warn your followers up front just to move you over. I know this is a little bit of a late message, and if you're even watching this video to make it this far, just move them over to another platform, one that you know that's well controlled by your government, and you can move on from there. YouTube, just go to YouTube, guys. You say, well, the algorithm sucks. It's not the algorithm sucks. Algorithm kind of sucks. It's not that the algorithm sucks. It's just the freedom for mediocre content is put on a low-level tier to where you have to create obscene amounts of low-level content to capture the eyes of followers. And to give you a simple understanding, TikTok gives you what you want. You click on a dance video, you're shown other dance videos with the same trends at the same locality of where that dance started. They compare it to other viewers that view those things, similar backgrounds as yours, and gives you content fed to your liking similar to that in the same area. And you might not even get dance. You might get, hey yo, so this is my fit, yo, this is what I wear when I'm, you know, over in Ibiza, you know, we're hitting up the clubs. And you're like, well, why am I getting this video? What it shows is that you like to travel. What it shows that you like to, you know, wear good clothes. What it shows you like to dance. So you got fed a video about people going to clubs, doing a dance you like, and what fit this people are going to wear. It's like, man, that's a really refined algorithm. And they start to give you other people that cater to those scenes. And you're just like, wow, this is really nice. Man, it'd be crazy if they showed me videos of people juggling flaming chainsaws while playing Mario Kart. And boom, it just pops up and you're like, oh! So actually, about 5% of the interest is shared between you and other people that like these videos. And you're just like, wow. But you see, YouTube doesn't do that. YouTube goes, oh, you clicked on a dance video? Yeah, here's about 1,000 others of the same dance video. Like, man, how to fix a leaky faucet? It's the next thing you're going to be receiving for the next 6 months, all in your algorithm, flooding the whole thing. How to be a plumber. It's just irrelevant. And nobody wants it. And the only reason they're getting picked is because they're the most clicked. They're the most viewed, most influential. Why? Because people don't search no more. They just take what they're fed, which causes a repeat loop. Well, he liked this, so that means he likes this, which means he likes this. And this is why a lot of times you'll get fed the same video on YouTube that you've already watched. And when they ask you, why did you dislike it? And you say, because I've already watched it. Then they feed to the algorithm. Did anybody else say that they disliked it? Or had no interest? Because of this? No? No? Only about 2% of people? Cool, we're going to feed it you again because 97% didn't give us that same reaction. And I've had it happen a lot. Like I've said, hey, I don't want this video. I've already watched it. Then I'll go to, hey, I don't like it. Then I go to, hey, don't recommend from this channel. And I'll just straight up freaking block the channel. Here you go. Here's still a video. I'm like, I don't want it, man. And that becomes a problem with trying to grow on YouTube. So these people, they get caught into the instant feedback loop. Their video, if it gets caught in there, yo, you're a gold mine. Because your shit's going to get recommended to everyone over and over. And you're going to make money. But for these smaller creators, there is nothing friendly about it. So the way TikTok did it was, again, there's a little bit of deception to it. They would convince people to come on. You'd come on. Invite your friends. They give you a max inflow of followers. You know, sometimes they're botted. I don't want to necessarily say botted. They produce the algorithm to force you to get viewers, even though a lot of them are senseless and you're not really getting really good views. It encourages you to do more. It's that hype moment, which now you start putting more videos in, more people can actually get a taste for your content. And they can actually see what kind of content you do, and the algorithm understands that. So like, okay, now I understand what kind of creator you are. Let me give this to other people. I know exactly where you'll fit in and what trends you could do yourself to keep your numbers growing. So let's show you. And it would work. It caters towards small groups. So instead of having one group with 10,000 and 9 other people with only 100 people, they kind of like divvy it up to make it more balanced, so everyone's happy and everyone's getting paid about the same. Not everybody getting paid, hey, $80 a month, and one guy getting paid $8,000 a month. It's more like, hey, everybody's making about $800 a month, and it's pretty great. And then aside from that, just TikTok with younger people who aren't worried about the money, they're bringing this stuff together and just like, yo, I can actually find people I can relate to. It's cool. And to be honest, that's the way YouTube used to be. But I guess I should probably finally close this. I'm well over my expected ending time limit. We're here at 4 o'clock. Not 4 o'clock, got 4 hours. And man, guys, look, if TikTok stays, it's going to be more of an issue. And not for the issues that you think that they're telling you, like, oh, it's going to be, they're stealing your data and your information. Yeah, they're going to spy on you. That's not the real issue. The real issue is, well, one, overall, it's going to cause a hard downtrend in our market until we realize how things go with these tariffs. But 2, we're already going to have a downtrend in our market due to cycles and predictable outcomes of the economy due to other events in which you as most citizens cannot control, so I'm sorry for that. But, hey, elite's gonna do elite things, and they mess stuff up. They don't care. They don't gotta pay for it. Even if they did, it's pennies. They don't care. So, if TikTok stays, it's gonna cause some issues. If TikTok stays, people could be destructive. Maybe they'll learn. Might have some good outcomes out of it, Maybe we can refine, TikTok. But, I mean, I honestly feel like there's a lot of potential for TikTok if the right people owned it and regulated it. If TikTok was going to stay due to its detriment, I think it should be divvied up to the people. No conglomerate or collegian can own more than 1% of it. Voting shares go to the people. Nothing happens on TikTok. If we're going to make the Freedom app the app of America, let America fund it. And the only people who can be hired are people who are non-security clearance. It's like, why? It's like, oh, for that reason, so there's nothing being hidden. And it's just between the people, and we shall talk. And for the most part, all content stays within America. And, unless it's truly deemed a threat to national security, and then, like, hey, after 10 days, it's automatic. Well, not 10 days, it's like 3 days, automatically released on the site. It's only if it's, like, flagged for issues, But it's still going to go out. It just gives them time to prepare or talk to you or contact you about it. But, you're talking about, like, hey, I know how to get into Area 51. They're like, whoa, chill, bro. You're telling a little bit too much truth there. You're going to put it out there. You might tamp it down a little bit. Don't tell them about the 17 aliens we fucking lost in a trailer last week. Well, go ahead and tell them about the Area 51 thing. Yeah, so something like that. But, people start to understand, like, hey, y'all are hiding stuff. It's like, yeah, welcome to America. Welcome to the real world. But at the same time, if you can't put power into one person's hand. You think X is not filtered? How do you think you get banned off of X? There's somebody there going control, filter, click. If there's a third party with control between you and an app for filters or censorship, just assume the whole thing's filtered and censored. And not by the controllers of the app, but the government themselves and other people lobbying to have control and power. It's just the simple way it is. So, hey guys, if there's no TikTok, ready for some chaos? Well, some more chaos. But TikTok does get banned. Hey, prepared for just a little bit of chaos and long-term strategy from the American public coming. The whole tax thing. Hey, remember, we own this country, not the government. We pay them. We put them in power. They're just representatives. Remember, there's control, there's power. Okay? When a 350-pound man sits on a little 80-pound girl and she can't move, that's power. I have power over you. But now, when the 80-pound girl says, hey, you can get up, I'm gonna call 911. If you don't get up, that's called control. Power can get you control. Control doesn't always get you power. She tells that 380-pound man, yeah, now you're gonna sit on the dirt and you're gonna kiss my feet. He's gonna be like, no. Nah. I control you. Yeah, no, but you don't overpower me. Simple as that. I mean, hey, that guy wants to take a phone, chunk it and go, I'm gonna sit back on you. It's called power. The government doesn't have power over you. Everyone uses the term power and control interchangeably, and they're not. Two different words. That's why they're two different words. The government doesn't have power over you. They feed the illusion of power to you, but they don't have power. We are the one country in the world where your government does not have power over you. They only have control because it's granted and allowed by the American people. Remember, it's allowed. You don't grovel at their feet and hope they don't do nothing bad. We don't submit to them. We find, although sometimes narcissistic individuals generally the most well-connected, the most entrenched in society, the most networked, and many times the most well-educated individuals to be put into positions of power. That's why they're there. Yes, there may become some corruption, you know, and some rubbing of elbows. You know, I know how to get my kid in. That's because y'all are all rich. Y'all are all pushing against each other. Y'all are all elites. Not every elite can be president. So the families of the elites, of those we feel are best to be appointed, we put them up there. Because you're not telling crackhead Bob on the edge of the sidewalk, hey man, you should be president. So we do duly elect these people. But at the same time, we put you in a chair. And all of us can easily snatch you out. You got a few friends? Cool. What do y'all make up? 1/100 of 1%? You ain't stopping us. We are the wealthy 1%. Cool, you still got 99 to 1. We're taking you out. We've got the military, and about 95% of them are on our side. You gave the wrong guys guns. Anyway. TikTok's still around tomorrow. Cool, great. Keep being the super rebels you are. Or not. I don't know. Y'all probably just be like, yay, dopamine craving satisfied. Back to scroll. Doom scroll. Back to the doom scroll life. You know, and figuring out which way the toilet paper goes in the roll, because you know that's what you learned on TikTok. Or it gets banned. And hey, I want it banned. I want people to get off this brain rot. I want people to start developing their own apps. People start understanding programming, start developing, start making, start designing, creating, building. Let's partner up. Let's do something, guys. I know it's the end of the stream and no one's probably watching this. He's probably never going to watch it. But what happened to all great things coming out of America? If you don't know, we make almost nothing now. Design almost nothing, create almost nothing new. We're just consumers of the world, and you know what they say, beggars can't be choosers, and we beg for everything. So let's get back to being not the great America we were, but the great American people that we were. So TikTok's there tomorrow. Scroll. If it's not there, scroll for a way to scroll. I'm out. That feline thing over there. She's out too.